Good evening and welcome back. So, yeah, this experiment here did not work the way we wanted it to.
Good
Because
evening and welcome
oops,
back.
sorry about that. Because this is not called at all. And as a result, we get nothing. Just get an empty mesh. So no floors in here. So optimizing the house that way doesn't really work. Not sure. Sure what else we could do. The thing is, I can remove a few of my components, but the problem would be that you would have less options. I think I wanted. I think the only thing I would delete from here is maybe the normal town stuff. But I still want to be able to have the farm walls, which are wooden walls. And the the thing is, at the moment, we are using almost the same models for Fancy Town and Town. And if I'm creating new models, then they would I would I think I would just use Fancy Town. So we could remove Town. And then rename Fancy Town to Town. Yeah, I think we can do that. So now we have a problem for our walls, exterior walls, set walls, and in here we have a problem because we can remove this. Another thing I want to remove is this part here, because I want to, when I'm creating my own walls, I want to add those to the walls itself. So let's delete that. As a result, we can also remove the trims there. This should help a little bit, but not much. The rest, I think. Yeah, here we have. Oh, here's another thing. I think the interior. Oh no, the interior has the different options. So I'm not sure here. Problem now is that we don't have town here. Well, let's do this. Let's remove the sequence. Let's combine this. But I doubt that this helped a lot. I mean, you can see the difference here in the meshes, but it's not that important. Yeah. Let's see. What else can we do here? We need to get the floor here, the floor back in here. I mean, what we can do is no. I was thinking of maybe using the same floor as we did with the interior floor, but that would be could be a problem because it doesn't look like you can use it outside. But let's have a look. Maybe this helps a slight bit. There are performance problems here. No, I think it might be something different. I need to look something up here. I thought I read something new on this forum. It's where I get my environment as it's from. So there was something new here. Oh, there's new stuff. Okay, but it looks like only promotion stuff. Okay, so that didn't help at all. It's oh yeah, it started to work on this one here. But I realized that I deleted too much stuff for this to work properly. I basically need to duplicate this point. Duplicate the whole line here. The problem is if I'm just duplicating it, then it's not connected anymore. So that doesn't work the way I want it to. Okay, let's select the vertex here, fix the position. I think I can do this. Sorry, it's not really what I want, but it's the first step to what I want. Probably better ways to do this. Now it's close to what I want. Because now I can change this to there, and we should have full polygon there, full quad. Okay, and now we should be able to close this off. Not sure why we get this here. Oh yeah, I know why we get that. Because we completely screwed up the surface here. Yeah. was kind of wrong. Let's see. Is the rest of the design here? Not sure. What happens if I push this out? I mean, the thing is, these need to be pushed out there anyway, because we need a bit of overhang. Okay, it's not what I wanted. Okay, that's correct. Let's put this 2.5 here. Not what I wanted. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay. And let's see. Yeah, it still took ages, and we still fall through the floor here, so nothing we can do about that. is it doing that? Okay. This looks good so far. Let's have a look at this one. And let's do another cut up here. Okay. Let's use this one. Hello. Yeah, let's make this. This is part of a roof. It's the side of a roof. And here we have the corner. And this is top piece. And here you see them in action, but these are just full pieces at the moment, full blocks, and I just cut out the pieces that I don't need there and made them a bit wider so we can use them properly. That's the first iteration on them, so that they fit better to the house here. Okay. Wait, didn't I save this correctly? And we need more overhang here. We need to save the... export this again. Okay. Now they are fitting together again. But they need to be slightly bigger in their overhang. this to be more. Let's put it to 1.75. Problem is we might be able to look under that if I push this to this here, then we might have a gap that we can look through. Let's see if that happens. Yeah, now we have a gap there. So we need to fix that. But this looks enough. Enough overhang there. I mean, the easiest fix would be to just push this inside a bit more, but I kind of want to do this differently. I mean, if we look from here, things I'm not sure if we ever go up into one of these attics. So if I want to hide anything in here, anything to explore, I think not. So I think we can push those back a bit. Though I kind of want to. No, I'm doing something different. Okay, now we have a proper overhang here. One thing I'm not sure about is if I want to maybe add a cut somewhere here at about 2/3 and then push this inward a bit so that we have kind of a slight round from here, or maybe 2 cuts and then get this a bit rounder. Not sure about that. Let's try that. Let's see what it looks like. So that would be loop cut. I think we need to add one more cut to it and then make it slightly rounder. First, put this into a proper position here. I'm working on a roof piece for my houses. It's one of these side pieces here at the moment. And the game I'm working on is an exploration adventure game. And I just saw that I need to change the scrolling text down there. I think that's okay. Yep. I think I will push them slightly down again, but there are other possibilities for this. Let's see, try something. Here's the grass. Foliage. Grass. No, I can't. I can put it on here, but I can't put it up here. Strange. Ah, yeah, because this one doesn't have a collider yet. Makes sense. So we should get rid of this grass here, right? Looks a bit strange otherwise. I mean, I could put a bit of grass on top here. And I did it again. I'm talking to myself, mostly. But I like talking to people, so that's not a problem. I'm commenting on what I'm doing, but it could feel strange sometimes. But I haven't seen the the line earlier. Um, I started the project in February this year, and worked for about 6-7 months in Unity, and then switched over to Unreal. And as a result, a lot of the progress I made in the actual game, I kind of needed to redo. But I took all the art assets you see here with me, and the terrain, all the writing and stuff like that. I took all this with me, so it's not a complete loss, but there was a bit of time loss as a result. But I quickly caught up to the point I was in Unity. At the moment, I'm working on this strange procedural house here, or all these houses here are procedurally generated with a few parameters, so that they are not completely random. But let me show you the data set we have here. Each grid element basically has coordinates, and then we can set the basically all the what I created the procedural floors, the procedural houses, walls, towers. Most of the gameplay was already there, I would say. I added in running. Let me show you the game, and you could see what actual gameplay is in here. But the thing is, it takes a moment to load. So, because there are issues with the procedural generated houses, that they have a few issues in them, which causes the game to load a long time into the game itself. And for coding, I use blueprints mostly. At some point, I will switch some of them over to C++, but at the moment, it's all blueprints. At a later stage in the project, when I'm completely finished with my procedural houses or other aspects that could slow down the game, I'm switching those over to C++, converting the blueprint into C++ code to get a bit more performance out of the game, out of the engine. but what I'm doing at the moment, coding wise, is all blueprints, visual scripting. No, it's yeah. As soon as I showed you the game, I can show you the visual scripting part. But like I said, it takes a long time and it kind of freezes up the editor in the process. Because I kind of overloaded my procedural houses. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I didn't study anything. I have a certificate as a game designer and game programmer, but I never went to university. I can imagine, yeah. Do finish it. Definitely finish it. Um, you have a lot more chances if you have a master's in computer science. Yep. In computer games, you only need stuff like that if you do your own. Um, if you write your own engine, basically, if you work with an engine yourself, you need to keep that in mind. That you need to look for memory management and pointers and stuff like that. But as far as I know, some of the code in Unreal, the C++ is managed. So I think there's some kind of garbage collecting running in the background, but I'm not 100% sure. I know that in Unity, you use C sharp and um, no, I haven't worked with those, but I know a bit about them, but not enough to be comfortable working with them, I would say. Most of my programming stuff I was learning by doing basically, and only to the degree where I got what I wanted, I kind of stopped and didn't go deeper and deeper into it to learn all the small parts that you need to know about the language and stuff like that and structures. So it's kind of a problem I have wanted to get a job somewhere. Definitely have your vector mass and trigonometry handy. It's something you need a lot. Depends on what you want to do. Unreal mostly uses arrays. In Unity, I worked with lists out of C# lists, and dictionaries. So linked list, vectors, yeah, you can use those. Kind of depends on the engine you're using or the framework you're using. Here we go. So, like I said, it's an exploration adventure game. You start around here and you have a journal where you can, where you can track your progress, and there are a few comments on the world and what you're doing here. And then you can talk to people. Yay! Hello, thank you. And you get a bit of information where you are from this guy. Then tells you, okay, there's a village nearby. Then you can have a bit more info about that. And I just found new location, an old temple ruin. And every time I find new location, I wasn't there before, I get journal entry here and a bit of information, a bit of flavor text basically about the location. And at the moment it's just a placeholder box where I want to build a temple at some point. And if we follow the road, we get to the town here. And here we found the town, but I haven't added a text here yet. It's kind of information about that. Here we can talk to the guard. Branching dialogue, different flavor, how you want to talk to people. I could have been a bit more rude to her, then she would have remembered that maybe. And now we are here in town, and we just came right on time. So the villagers here have a schedule. Most of the night they are in their houses sleeping. At the moment they are just standing around, but sleeping. At some point, when I'm adding furniture in here and more stuff that we can use. Damn it, I think there was a way to get out of here again. I think I just screwed this showing here. Problem is, I had a problem in my procedural code for these houses, and the floors are gone. But I can't get up here again because it's too much. Sorry about that. I shouldn't have gone in here. Wouldn't be a problem if we just could stop the game and start again. But it takes ages to load. But as you can see, villagers are walking around on the market, stopping in front of market stalls. And wait there a moment. Yeah, I haven't added in something like cheats where I should go just fly around or go through walls and stuff like that to get around bugs like this. Yep. So sorry about that. The gameplay is quite limited. We have a few locked doors where we need specific key item to open them. We need to equip that item. And this guy here is the innkeeper, and he is able to give us kind of a quest. Welcome back. And as part of the quest, you should go over here to the brewery, which looks kind of like a cathedral. That's the idea of it, because it was an old temple cathedral thingy at some point, and then was converted into a brewery. But it's on the other side of the map, basically, so it's kind of a hook for the player to leave the town behind and go out into the world. Then when you walk around here, you might see some light over here, which I need to add a bit more behind the trees. You see that there's strange river and lake. Thank you for the follow. And there will be a few other things you can find around here. The green boxes here are farms, or placeholder for farms. The purple boxes are placeholders for sites you can visit. And yeah, blue boxes are placeholders for shops or other utility buildings or stuff like that. Town, I have replaced all of the placeholders yet. So, but at the moment I'm still working on these houses to make them look better and optimize them, because as you saw, the loading times are quite long. I think we should fix the floor. Can I also show you the blueprint for this thing? This is those are blueprints. Node-based visual scripting. And here we have our array with our data for the houses, and I'm setting it to the right size. And here we are going through that array in a for each loop and setting all the elements of the house. Depends. Do you have any background in programming? Or what do you want to do with it? Do you want to do scripting? Do you want to do visualization, level design? You can do a lot of things with it. And there's, for each approach, there's a slightly different way to get into Unreal. But the documentation is quite good in that regard, so have a look at that. And there are a lot of tutorials in written form, videos, YouTube, and I think it's not really hard to get into because of the amount of information that is out there. There's a big community that where you could definitely find way into it. Let's see. If we open this up, it's the engine. Go into the Learn section here. You can go to the Level Designer Quick Start, which is a tutorial that tells you about the things you need to know, basically. Create your first level, placing actors, stuff like that. Those are the official things, but then you can do a lot of other things. Okay, this is the wrong browser for that. This one here, yeah. You can do a lot of different things, like footprints.
Hey guys, Cody here.
You need to do a bit of scripting for those so that you leave footprints behind. Not sure if you can see it here, but there are footprints on different surfaces and stuff like that. Post-processing stuff. A lot of different things you can do. Definitely something to look into if you're interested in that. And there's also a lot of samples that you can kind of take apart and see how they did that. Yeah, my browsers are a bit strange sometimes, yeah. The moment I have 197 tabs open, so yeah. It's a bit too much, but I'm not sure why I'm not closing half of them. Just a strange habit I have. So let's fix our floors here. Yeah, it's completely fine. Okay, we need to duplicate this. And now my houses have floors again. So we wouldn't be stuck in the foundation here anymore. I mean, I could show you the rest of the gameplay, but you would need to wait about 5 to 8 minutes for it to load properly. Interested in that? Because I told you about the locked doors, and here we have a key to open those doors. And then we have a few items that we can pick up, walk around with. Even though the basement here is missing, but the items should fall down and we should be able to pick them up. But the thing is, it takes a moment to load, as you saw earlier. Let's start this up and I will be back in a moment. Need to take a small break. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, and it hasn't loaded up yet. So, I can show you a bit of background game design stuff here. For instance, the kind of flow of the game. We start where we started earlier, and then get into town, meet a few people, innkeeper, guard, mayor, smiths, some vendors and stuff like that, people you can talk to, people you can get quests from or information about the world. And from there you can go along the road to the lake, then through the forest to get to the brewery, or you can go through the mines. At some point, I'm not quite sure if I will have them open from the start, to also get to the brewery basically. And from there you can get back to town the same way basically. There might be a few shortcuts that you can open up, but it's mostly just to get you out of town into the world to explore. It's still not loaded up here. And a bit of information about the player. There will be some kind of simple character generation where you can pick male or female, pick a race, human or elf, and slight body shape changes. Then you can pick a different background story, different occupations, be a thief, a scribe, or a mercenary. That kind of determines your starting equipment and how people react to you. And important point is there are no stats, no health, stamina, no fall damage, no damage at all, no fatigue, stuff like that. No survival aspects. Then we have inventory system, which is just a simple list of items. Let's see, is there anything else could be interesting to you? Yeah, we have different races in the world. And for some reason I didn't start with humans, I started with trolls. But my trolls and dwarves are a bit different than the usual trolls and dwarves you find in fantasy games. The dwarves are a bit inspired by Owen Colfer, Artemis Fowl books. Because dwarves are diggers, live underground. Diggers and borrowers. Kind of like moles in some cases. And they're not builders and engineers in my world. The builders and engineers are the trolls. And humans are kind of in the middle. Then we have pixies, which are small, annoying, flying humanoids that are imbued with magic. Then we have elves, which are humanoid, but also slightly infused with magic. And then we have hybrids and goblins. Goblins are more of a pest than a real threat in this world. They like to live underground and in caves, and they like to steal everything because they want to have everything they could get. And recently they started to go into business and want to build businesses. And they occupied the brewery at some point. But then a group of adventurers chased them away. That's another thing. The whole world is based on a pen and paper RPG session I had with some friends. I didn't create the session, or didn't lead them. I was one of the players, but I liked the world so far that I said, okay, I will create a game based on that world and based on the ideas the GM had for the world. And I added a bit of my own ideas to the world. And most of it is not in here yet because it's mostly humor and twisted stuff that would be in books and conversations, but some of it is in here. Oh no, the key fell through the door, through the floor here. Okay, I can't show you the key, what it does, but it basically is if you have to have it equipped in your hand, you can open the door, otherwise you can't. But we can pick up other things here. Should be able to pick up this, and we also should be able to pick up the sword here, and this one. If I open my inventory, can have a look around, turn the object around, and look at it from all sides. Might be interesting for some artifacts you find to get some clues about how to solve a puzzle. Puzzles are also things I want to add in at some point, haven't done yet. And now we have sword in our hand. And if we switch to third person view, we can run around with that and kind of annoy villagers here. But we can also have a look at the barrel. I'm not sure why it's so blurry here, but if we drop this, we can kick this around. And the villagers should also kick it around. So there are a few physics things that I added in just for fun. Okay, let's have a look at the world a bit. I think one thing that I have in here that gives you a bit of indication what the world is like is the lake and that information text I just picked up. So you see that the lake is not normal water. And if we get out of it again, look at the journal, then you get a bit of information why the lake is the way it is. And also kind of what the world could be about, or people in the world could be up to. Sorry about that, yeah. The sounds are a bit, they're all placeholders at the moment. I was maybe thinking about a light bell or chime or something like that when you explore something. And there are other things in this world that are not quite normal. One of the things I said earlier about the trolls is that they are the most advanced of all the races in this world. Most of their stuff is automated with automatons and crazy machines. But as a result, they have a lot of time on their hand and don't do much physical stuff themselves anymore, and makes them kind of obnoxious in some cases. So I kind of took the idea of internet trolls and put it into a fantasy race. So they know everything better than you, even if you're an expert in that. Yeah. I think the lighting is a bit different. And thing is, these statues look the same, but the lighting and the atmosphere is different. And we have God Rays. Yay! God Rays. Um, yeah, and I will build an entrance to the troll library here. Even though you have to do a lot to get in there, because there's a troll guard here at some point that's blocking the way. And he's only letting trolls in. And at some point you might be able to find a ring somewhere that can turn you into another species or another race, and you can turn into a troll. And the troll guard is also another quest giver, but I haven't added him in yet, and haven't copied over the dialogue for him yet. So I still have a lot to do before I can say, okay, it's at a stage where I can give it out to other people. I had a prototype in Unity that had all these things in it, but it had a few bugs that made it crash at some points. Yeah, and here you can see the villagers walking around, stopping in front of market stalls. For some reason I can't get in there. Yeah, damn it. I have a really bad reaction time. So if I want to do jumping stuff like this, it sometimes doesn't work. And here we have candles inside. Here we have a door that's not locked. Maybe I should use that sound. And here we have the forge. Smithy, where you can talk to the smith and maybe get another quest, but all the quests that are in here are basically fetch quests or deliveries, stuff like that. Quite simple. Yep. And as soon as the sun goes down, these lamps will go on again turn on again. And the villagers will go back to bed. Yeah, I think Visual Studio 15 is 2016 or 2017, I don't know. These version numbers of some programs are kind of strange sometimes. But games are also horrible in that regard. Or consoles. Xbox One. Because why not call it something simple like Xbox 3 or stuff like that? But that would be too close to 360. It kind of depends what you're doing. There are a few nice functions in Visual Studio that I quite like. Oh, and I have a moon. Yay. Yep. Um, there's a British, yeah, you could call it series of short films that was kind of an inspiration for that moon. Because that's not some kind of sulfuric atmosphere. That's the color of the moon itself. It's the color of the moon's surface. Might be, maybe I need to tweak it slightly so that it's more clear what it's supposed to be. Oh, street lamps, yay. And yeah, villagers are back in the houses. Yep, it is. Right there. That's cheese. Yep. Yeah, I know. It's just a simple noise at the moment. It's two different noises put together. Um, it doesn't really have a texture at the moment. It's just noise and color. Because I'm hopeless when it comes to textures. But at some point I want to give it a cheese texture. Maybe even change the shape a bit, so that some part of it is bitten out, something like that, or there are a few crumbles flying around. Okay, some of the villagers are stuck. Okay. Yeah. That's the game that is in here so far. And over here we have another area. And we have the sound again. And this is the mine entrance. I still need to add in the entrance I had in Unity, and then kind of create tunnel system in the mountain that you can go through. Yeah, problem.
Right, so this is my tessellated.
Sorry about that. Problem with this is that it's too realistic. Yeah, it's a bit too realistic and might be too big. Okay, bye bye. Thanks for stopping by. I was thinking of a simpler texture that has craters on it and kind of looks a bit. Yeah, the thing is, it's not supposed to be cartoony as such. It's where is it? Where are you? Oh, I think the focus obscuring it. Where is it? Yeah, I think the focus is a bit too much, but we can jump to it from here. And one thing I need to change about this is that the moment this is, I think the fog is too much. Can't see anything here. Let me go to the material. The idea is that don't really want to have cartoony graphics, but kind of simplified, normal looking textures. So it's a bit of a problem. I'm not 100% sure myself at the moment. Why is this not showing up? Come on, be nice. Yeah, and here we don't have any texture on it. Just a few colors and noise. And if you go here, you can see a preview of it, what it looks like here. Oh, now it's showing up. Nice. It's what I have at the moment. And can do here is change the color a bit. Okay. Doesn't have to be repeatable. It's to wrap around the sphere. That's the thing. Did you create this? Awesome. Thank you. Oh, okay. But thank you anyway. Interesting. Okay. Thanks for stopping by and have fun. Interesting. How to create cheese textures. Awesome. Yeah, but go back to this, the color needs to be different. It needs to be more orange if I want to go with cheese. I think the glow is a bit too much. And yeah, the noise needs to be changed, but it's slightly closer. Okay, let's get back to this. And let's move this to the side. and change this here as well. I think the loop cuts might be harder to do here. Let's see. Yeah, no. This doesn't work that way. Okay, so we need to do these cuts by hand. Let's first take these elements here and extrude them. loop cuts I can't use here. Let's take the knife, cut those in ourselves. Strange. Yeah, no, vertex snap. Can I snap? Vertex. Looks a bit strange, but we will get there. I think I screwed this up a bit, but maybe we can fix it somehow. So this one is not really in the spot where I want it to be. But no, maybe. Then we can copy that over here. Yeah, that's correct. I think it's okay for the first, or the second iteration basically. We still need to fix this back here. Let's see. this here. Yeah. Nope. We have a double there. Yeah, looks like this is doubled. This needs to be 2.5. slightly. Seven five is too much. So and this is not enough. Oh, this looks good. Still doesn't look a bit strange, but I think it's okay. At least for now. I think we need to push these back here a bit to make this wider. I think that's the only problem. These here need to be pushed over here. I think that's okay for now. So let's export that. Okay. Yep. Looks okay. Apart from the fact that this, I think it needs to be back slightly. Let's see, what's the next thing we could do? Sure, maybe the pillars. Let's see. think I can smooth this out a bit more. Because at the moment, absolutely fine with triangles. Vertices. I mean, I can either smooth it out or define it a bit more. So I'm not quite sure yet. And by define it a bit more, I mean at maybe a real corner ridge here or something on the side. To give it a bit more structure, a bit more substance basically. Yeah, but I think I need to push this vertex back before I do that. To make this round. Other thing I could do is add vertices, subdivide this a bit, and then just smooth it out completely. Problem is that they need to add, kind of need to match up then. One thing I will do here, that's add a bevel to this corner here. Give this a bit more definition there. Where is that? Is it inset? No. What is that? No, it's just an offset. Then I would need to cut away the part here, so no, that's not it. There we go. rotation in here? No. Oh, yes. This is rotated. Uh-oh. So we need to fix that. That's why it felt a bit wrong. Okay. Okay. That's good. Yeah, kind of problem is this edge here. Kind of screws with a lot of things, but it's okay. We need this edge. Yeah, much better. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Texture wise. So we need this. Oops. This is a seam. And then, oops. Now we need to be in edit mode, but just need to be careful. No, these are the seam. This one. Well, and then there. Here. Unwrap. Okay. So the important part is this and this. The rest here is completely unimportant. Because it's the inside and we don't need that at all. Let's see. How do we change the size? Okay. Yeah, sorry about this. I'm a bit new to Blender still. So one thing we need to do is change the that was option to kind of give a border around them. No, not at all. Not at all. Just creating roofs for this. They're a bit better suited to the procedure system. And I just wanted to throw some textures on this to make it look a bit better. And then I wanted to go in and create my own wall pieces, pillars and stuff like that. Even though the problem is that I still need to have all these options here, because I want to be able to mix and match the houses. So I want to be able to use townhouse pieces down here and wooden pieces up here. And I'm not sure if material change is enough for that. So I think I won't get around the long loading times. I think for the moment we can keep this layout, but I want to change it at some point. Make it a bit... Oh, I just saw something. Yeah, that doesn't work. Ouch. Yeah, we need to change that. That's no good. Let's edit vertices. Select this one and this one. Connect those. Do the same over here. Because we don't want n-gons. Same here. Oh, you have textures here now. Awesome. So we need to do the same for this. Yes. Awesome. Okay. Let's hide this. Get the corner back. And I'll clear that seam. This one. Nope, this one I wanted to. This one. Okay. This one and this one here. Yay! Unwrap. I think that's okay. Let's export this. Wait, is it selected? Yeah. Double checking. Okay. Did it not? yeah, I mean, what I want to do with this at some point is put them on an atlas or so. But the moment this is fine. Might need to move it in the right spot and stuff like that, but like I said, it doesn't matter at the moment. Okay, then we want this piece here as well. Even though the unwrap here is quite simple. Though now it's not that simple because we only need the top to be textured and the rest doesn't matter, so let's unwrap this way and then be done with it. Let's pack those islands. Yeah, okay, it's fine. And let's export that as our top. And now we have textures there as well. Awesome. Okay, let's see. About 20 minutes. Let's do simple textures for this. And I'm really horrible at those, so be warned. Let's first add a material here. And give it a name. Oh. Top texture. And let's add another material. And this is the call it top blackout, because this will be black when we are done with it. So, let's assign this here. And assign the other one down here. And let's change this. This is easy. Now it's black. Awesome! Because we don't need anything more here. Don't need anything here. And I think that's good. Here, what do we do here? Let's make this red. There's some way to get these baked into this somehow. Damn it, it's a long time since I did this. Okay, do we need alpha? No, I don't think so. Okay, now we have this image here. I think we need to redo the materials here. Not sure. Pack as PNG. Save all images. Let's see. Nope. Where did it save that? Oh, textures. Oh. Interesting, but it didn't give it a proper yeah, I mean it's black, so it makes sense. don't we see this over here? I think I did something wrong. Okay. Options. Oh. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. So that's not it. Okay. What did it do? Help. Yeah, I haven't set a pass image. But that's not what we have here. It's something completely different. Default. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know how to get this texture out of Blender to use it somewhere else, basically, or to paint on this properly. Basically, I don't know how to save what I did here. Because, yeah, where do I select the damn path? Oh, no. Nope. Yeah, I think I need to look this up at some point. Does the time say? That's okay. So, no textures. Because I just don't know how to. Let's see. What else can we do? Why does it look so strange? And why do we have a hole in here? What the hell? Why is there a hole? Oh, okay. No, that wasn't it. What the hell is happening here? Oh, okay. That might be have been a problem. Let's see. No, that doesn't work that way. Why do we get holes? The other one. Unreal. Did we break here? Ah, okay. Now we don't have holes. Must have been the doubled vertex that we had on here. Okay. So, yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for today. Tomorrow we will figure out a few more pieces for our houses. Not sure if I will create if I create all the pieces at once, or if I'm just building one set of elements like the fancy house pieces here, and then leave it at that for a moment and then go back to it later. I'm not sure. I also need to figure out some way to make sketches so that you can see them, because I usually do sketches on paper, even though they look horrible, but they are on paper. And I need to figure out how to do sketching on stream so that you can see it without me adding camera somewhere on my table. I also need to figure out if I can afford a tablet, so I don't need to use the mouse to paint or to do sketching. So, and sorry for flying around, it's a bad habit. Okay, so that's all for today. I will be back tomorrow, and then we will continue working on this. So, bye bye, see you later. Thank you for the follow.